Our anger deals with us wanting to get back at somebody. We want to repay them. That is not God. God, when he is upset with us, the idea is correction. That's what he wants that. And that's sort of along the lines, why does God need to correct us? The same reason that those of you that have ever, how many of you have ever had to watch a younger sibling or I guess babysitting is what it used to be called, but you had to watch somebody, right? Did you ever have to correct them when they were doing that? Now, hopefully, you did it in a right way. But you have to correct people, because if you don't, if I don't correct my kid, one of the things I have to do right now, Austin, we have like one little stair in our house, and now he's learning how to climb up it. But the negative thing is, he's starting to try to go down it. Now, climbing up it for him, he does a good, like he's able to get his body up onto the one stair and then onto the next, like he's able to do, but going down with his big head, I don't think it's going to end up very well, right? I mean, I think he's just going to topple over and go, so I've got to go over and correct. Austin sometimes will get upset with us. Here's something he got upset with me for yesterday, okay? He got upset with me because right now he does like an army crawl, and he's getting pretty fast. And those of you that have ever watched like a baby, they know when you're coming after them. And they begin to go faster, like they begin to pick up the pace. The thing he wanted to do yesterday was to go into where our restroom was at. Now, why did he want to go in there? Because in the corner is where the dog food and water is at. And so his goal was to get over there where the dog food and water, I've already at one point missed him, and he knocked like all of the water all over him and all over the ground. You know, I had to get that. So, and there's other times where he's tried to pick up the dog food and all. So I've got to go try. Now, here's the thing, and those of you that have ever done this before, you understand. When you pick up a baby that is trying to go somewhere and you move them somewhere else, they typically don't like it. In fact, they'll start crying. But what are you doing? You're correcting them. Why? Because you love them and you want them to understand what you're doing. You know, Austin, that Lego that you want to put in your mouth, that's not going to end well for you. So I'm trying to help you. With Moses. Moses is a great, great leader. And he put up with a lot. But he did make some mistakes. And in fact, one of the mistakes he made, he was punished and was not able to go into the promised land. But Moses and God had a very special relationship. You don't often see, I mean, to think about in the Old Testament, somebody speaking to God like that. Did God punish Moses at times? I believe so. Was he angry as far as without cause and wanting to punish him just because he was upset with him? I don't believe that. Is that sort of the answer, or was that follow up on that? All right, go ahead. It's a very good question, and here's one of those ones that we don't really fully understand. The Bible does say you cannot look at God and live. Moses asked, and this is, by the way, this is an incredible portion of Scripture. I believe it's Exodus, I'd have to look it up. I believe it's 31 and 32. I could be wrong on that. But here's what happens. Moses, God comes to Moses, and God's basically, the children of Israel are complaining. Here's what God said. Moses, okay, I'm going to let you go into the promised land. Take the children of Israel, get into the promised land. There's only one thing. I'm not going with you guys. You guys go ahead. You go in there. The land will be yours, but I am not going to lead you anymore. You guys are sort of on your own. So here's what he offers Moses. Everything you've ever wanted, just not me. And you know what Moses says? If you're not going with us, I don't want to go. I'm only going if you are leading us. And that is, when I read that passage, it is set. Here's what I'm afraid too many times we as Christians look at God as. We want that relationship with God, not for the relationship, but for the benefits that we get from that relationship. Yes, I want that relationship with God because God is going to help me, because God is going to be with me, because God is going to give me these things. And that's what we think about that relationship. And Moses is given the chance to have everything you've ever wanted, just not God. And Moses says, and he says this, if I go in, he's talking, and basically the idea behind this, the land without the Lord is just dirt. And what does that mean? Everything I've ever wanted without God doesn't matter at all. And it's a great example. But in that conversation, it comes to where Moses asks to see God, and God says, nobody can see my face and live. And then it's sort of interesting. The Bible talks about how, and again, I'm not all the way sure on how this happens, what this exactly means. But Moses is in the cleft of a rock, which almost maybe like a cave type thing, and God's glory passes in front of him. The glory of God passes in front of him. What does that mean exactly? I don't know. I mean, I don't think he sees God because, again, the Bible says he cannot. But I will see just that. When Moses comes down off of the mountain, his face is like glowing. Like there's something different. Like, I mean, it's sort of, again, you're trying to imagine this. What exactly does it all mean? I'm not 100% sure. In fact, it's glowing so much that the people down there, you know what they ask him to do? To like he covers his face, so that they don't really see him because it's glowing. I mean, that's pretty rough. When somebody's like, hey, I want to talk to you, but I'd rather not look at you. I mean, that's a rough thing, you know, when they've got to put like the bag over the face or something like that. But that's basically what goes on. So I don't believe he sees God he sees the glory of God, and what exactly that means, I can't tell you for sure. Again, remember, God is not in a physical form like me or you. Jesus is the one that said that. John chapter 4. God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. So he's not that physical form. Now, the physical form of God is who? Jesus. Jesus took on the form of a man. So God, we're not going to get there. I know you maybe have seen the cartoons where you have like God the Father with maybe this huge white beard or something like that, and he's sitting up. That's not what I believe we will see. But Moses saw a part of God, and what exactly that means, I'm not sure. But yeah, he did not see God's face because the Bible says no man can see him and live. Any others? Any other questions? Is that a question? Okay. Well, you moved like this, and that looked like a question. All right. Anyone? Oh wait, Joe, you were stretching. I mean, if that's a bad time to. I mean, come on. If you're going to start stretching when there's like question, that's just a bad time. Yeah. That's a great question. How old will you be when you get to heaven? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there really is no way there's nothing in the Bible that answers that question. People have debated that question. I mean, I can give you my own personal opinion, but that's all it is. It may be right, it may be wrong. I guess we'll find out someday when we're there. I believe that there will be an age that everybody will sort of be. That's what I believe. I don't believe somebody that dies at 100 years old is going to look like what they did at 100 years old. I don't believe somebody that died at 5 years old will stay like that. I believe that maybe there will just be like a general age where everybody would be that. But again, I can't, no biblical basis for that. That's just an own personal opinion. So, but it's one I've thought about. I have thought about that. What exactly will we look like in heaven, and what age will we be in heaven? And I think both of those are legitimate questions. The only problem is we don't have a great answer. Again, I guess we find out someday when we are there. All right. Any other questions? Those are good. Anyone else today or we'll jump into notes? All right. Let's get your books out then. Get your books out. Turn to page 240. Page 240. And we're talking about the book of Acts. Okay, the book of Acts. And Acts right here, when you're talking about Acts, you're talking about the birth of the early church. We're going to see the church start. And I believe we went through some of these yesterday. Let me get to where I believe we are at. I believe this was this the last one I gave you guys? I believe it is, okay? And again, this is Acts 1, verse number 8. Jesus is ascending into heaven. Before he does, he is speaking to his disciples, and he's giving them a plan. You will be witnesses of me in Jerusalem, Judea, Samaria, and the uttermost part of the earth. So what is he saying right here? Jerusalem is where they were at right then. He said, right here you'll be my witnesses. Then Judea is the surrounding area. Samaria is a little further north in the uttermost parts of the earth. What is this about? This is about the fact that we need to be witnesses throughout the entire world. Now, how are we a witness in a place we've never been? And that is why our church here has a missions program where we support missionaries that go around the world and share the gospel. I'm sure your church has some type of program like that as well. And that is how we who live in Banning, California, how many of you have ever traveled to a foreign country? Ever traveled to a foreign country? Okay, where have you gone? Arizona? No. All right, so you've traveled, yes. Canada, okay. Anybody else travel to a foreign country? Yes. Mexico? Mexico, okay. So again, we've traveled to different countries. I've been to a few, when I was in high school and stuff, Canada and Mexico had been the only two that I had been to, but then I have been to a few more now. There's many countries that we will never go to. How many of you would like to how many of you like to travel? Anybody like to travel? It's a little bit easier now because you don't have to worry about some of the logistics of it. But even when you get older, I enjoy traveling. There's several countries I would love to go visit. Italy. I want to go to Rome. Mrs. Moyer, who on their senior trip, they went to Venice and some of the different places there. So she's been there and she wants to go back to Venice. That would be the place I would love to go. The place in the world that I still want to go to the most is Israel. It's just an amazing place. It's one of the few places that I would I would live there someday. I love being there and different things like that. But you go to a different country, you see those places, but even when you visit a different country, you're only there for a certain amount of time and you leave. So how can we be witnesses there? That is when God calls and takes a missionary there, which the book of Acts begins those missionary journeys we'll see. And that way the gospel gets there, and so that people can hear. But this was their plan. They were to take the gospel to these different places. The two requirements. There were two requirements. Now what happens here is Peter in the second part of Acts chapter number 1 gets there, and Peter's like, okay, there's only 11 apostles now. Judas has committed suicide. So there are 11 apostles left. Peter says we need one more. So they set up sort of qualifications for this. Okay, qualifications, it'd be like any job. You have to have, some jobs, maybe it's a high school diploma, college diploma. Some job qualifications have to do with your age. You can't, most of them, like right now, you could not get a job at the vast majority of places because you got to be 16 years old to get a job there. Some places you got to be 18, depending on what equipment you have to use and all of that. So these are sort of the requirements that they set up to be one of the apostles. And here it is, to have been with Jesus from his baptism to his ascension. They're saying you had to have known Jesus. You couldn't just be a good guy that met Jesus once. They're saying, no, you had to be somebody that was following Jesus. Now, does this mean, here's a question that I have wondered about. Does this mean these guys, because there's a few of them they're choosing between, that they would have been there for everything that happened? We hear that the 12 are there a lot. Is it possible that these guys were there as well? I guess it's possible. Or they just were people that were they weren't there all the time. They were there most of the time or something like that. And then they were to be a witness to his resurrection. They had to have seen Jesus after he had risen from the dead. These are the two requirements that Peter says, hey, this is what we're looking for. If it's a great guy, they are not going to be an apostle unless they meet these two requirements. So that's what they set it up with. And then we're going to see that the person that is chosen, a guy by the name of Matthias. And he was chosen to be the 12th apostle. The only time we see Matthias mentioned is right here in Acts chapter number 1. Does not mean that God did not use him. A lot of the apostles God uses in miraculous ways, but we don't know a lot about what happens in the rest. I mean, if you look at the book of Acts, the apostles that we're going to see mentioned in Acts, you're going to see Peter quite a bit. You're going to see James. James is mentioned mainly in Acts chapter number 12 for his death. You're going to see John mentioned in Acts chapter number 3 and 4 when he goes with Peter and he heals a man at the temple. But you don't see a lot of them mentioned. Does that mean they were not important? Absolutely not. We've got to understand, sometimes we feel like if I'm ever just doing something for God based on people noticing me, then I'm not really doing it for God. I mean, here's one thing that this happens sometimes. You ever done something for somebody and not been told thank you and gotten upset at that? I've done that. I've spent a whole day helping somebody move, and then it's like they don't even, and at the end you're like, man, they didn't even say thank you, they didn't even care. And then God just sort of speaks to my heart and is like, were you doing it for them or were you doing it for me? Because if I'm upset that they didn't say thank you, then I was doing it for my own recognition, for me, instead of doing it for him. I've got to make sure. Now, does that mean if somebody does something for us, we shouldn't say thank you? No, we should. We absolutely should. I'm talking about the other side of that when you're the one that is not told thank you. You got to understand, who was I doing it for? So Matthias, what is an apostle? Okay, we've used this term. Let's give a definition for this term. Apostle literally just means a sent one. And this is someone that is appointed by Jesus as his spokesperson. A sent one. Jesus sends his disciples. We see it in Matthew chapter 28. We see it in Acts chapter number 1 as Jesus sends these apostles out. A sent one. Sometimes you will hear these words used interchangeably, which I'm fine with, but there is a little bit of a difference between an apostle and a disciple. A disciple is a follower. An apostle is one that is sent. We all should be disciples of Jesus. I believe there were only really 12 apostles of Jesus. So we all should be a disciple, a follower of Jesus. And so, we were going to end right there, and we are. So, I don't think we have anything for next week. You will have a verse quiz. Your verses next week are Acts 1, 2, and 3. Acts 1, 2, and 3, those of you that want to get a head start on it. And you will have a book quiz next week. All right? You guys can be dismissed. Those of you online, do make sure that you get your verse quiz, John 1, 1 through 2, turned in to me by Monday. And then your bonus for that are the 27 books of the New Testament. All right? Thank you so much.
Okay. Destiny, have a seat, please.
Destiny, did you get in trouble yesterday? No? For what? Well, Mr. Coral told you to talk to him outside. I didn't get in trouble. Brother, don't do that again. He actually said that.
Okay. A little bit short lesson today. Hey, time to be quiet. A little bit of a short lesson today, trying to get you out of here without too much homework tonight. Volleyball players have a game, so you want to try and get things done before you leave. Okay? So, um, this is where we left off yesterday. We're on lesson 119, and that is page 9 of your notes. Okay? This is what we left off talking about, the 5 most important properties of air needed for forecasting: temperature, pressure, humidity, wind direction, and wind speed. Now, before we get into our notes, just want to make sure that you understand. 9A was homework, needs to get turned in. I have Jason, Natalie, Chase, looks like Emma, and Cody's, and Jose, and John, and Kayla, Jasmine, Bella, and Hudson. That's all I've got for 9A. So if I didn't call your name, you're going to be getting a 0 for it. Also, assigned to you was 9.2, I believe. I didn't put it on the board, but apologize for that. So I have 9.2. I have Jose, Joey, Jason, Natalie, Jaden, Kayla, Cody, John, Hudson, Destiny, Bella. What was that? Okay, tonight's homework is going to be 9B. Really a short homework. So if you've been listening, getting it done, you will have no problem with that. Okay? Right now, all I've got for 9B is Jason, Bella, I think I saw, and Hudson. Okay? So let's get those turned in. If you have, your name was not called on any of those assignments. Okay? I forgot that I had your quizzes to grade yesterday, and I forgot about that, so all of that will get graded. Yeah, in my cart. All that will be getting graded this weekend, and you'll get them back on Monday. So make sure that you are there or getting them, okay? Emily, I see your chat message. What new work do I need to send you? Okay, just so that I am up on it, because I'm not sure what you've received and what you haven't. So I thought I sent you everything for chapter 9, but let me know what you don't, what I need to send you, okay? So, and then I'll get that to you. Okay, but good to see everybody online. Glad you're tuning in. Number 4, next section. Okay. measuring basics, okay? First of all, taking temps. We do that every day here at school, but that's what and it is with this, but only a different style. A thermometer is just an instrument that is used by meteorologists, okay? Like I said, we take temps with a different type of thermometer. This is not one, or one that we have here is not one that a meteorologist would use, okay? Meteorologists would use more of one that's on the screen, one that has the mercury in it, okay? Now, if you've ever read one of these thermometers that's on the screen, what's the difficulty part of it? How? I mean, what about reading it? Okay, but we usually just read the Fahrenheit, so. I'm sorry? Lines what?
In between the
Okay, so it's not broken down per degree, or at least this one's not. A lot of them aren't. Okay, so you have to do an estimate. So what would be the estimate degree of this thermometer?
74.
Okay, it's about halfway, just shy of halfway, so 74 would be a pretty good accurate. If I was to have you put a degree down there, I would probably accept anything from between 70 and 75, okay? Just for the variance of eyeballs and so forth. But anyway, thermometers like this is what are just a little bit difficult to read. Is it the homework for this, Emily? Is it the homework for the week that we just finished or the week coming up? Okay, let me know that. Okay, but thanks for communicating. Okay, next, where to go? There it is. Now, there's instruments used to measure temperature. We use a liquid thermometer. This is a thermometer used for the expansion or contraction of alcohol or liquid metal mercury. It's in a thin tube, indicates the temperature, okay? And if I would have thought, I would have brought some over here, but we have some of these liquid thermometers over in our science cabinet. But anyway, that is what we would use there. These are more scientific ones. Obviously, you can see on them that they get more precise with their measurements, obviously. You have the maximum minimum thermometer. This is the thermometer that's used to record the highest and the lowest temperatures of the day and the night during a particular period. So this is what thermometers get when they get the high and the low aspects of the day, okay, on their forecasts. Okay, thank you, Emily. The work we just finished. Okay, I will get this week's ones too, and I'll maybe just try and send you next week's also, if I think about it or think through it that way. Okay, we'll get it to you. I'll probably be sending it to you via the My School Works internet. Okay, that seems to be the easiest way to get it to you. But if there's some other way that you want me to send it, let me know, okay? Okay. Sorry about that, but just trying to have a communication with Emily here, versus having to type it all out, okay? Bimetallic strip. Now, in your thermometers, in your thermostats, if we were to take off that cover of that thermostat, you would see these bimetallic strips in there. Okay, they are used to, and this is what shows your temperature, or this is what shows the degrees that are listed on your temperature. They will bend accordingly based upon the heat. Okay? Now, so look at the picture on the left. You got the bimetallic strip. It's flat. On the right side, you have your strips, but now look after it's heated, how that strip tends to bend. Okay? The more heat, the more bending it's going to get. So on a very, very hot day, that bimetallic strip is pretty well bent up. Okay? Yes, sir. Yes. When it cools down, it's going to come down. It's going to condense down and be more solid. Yes, ma'am. Jasmine, what you need? Need something? Maximum, minimum. Okay. You are very welcome, Emily. No problem. Anything I can do. I have your back. I have everybody's back. Okay? So, I'm there for you. Okay. Hopefully I just won't forget. Okay. Okay. Number 4, your thermograph. This records the temperature changes over time. Okay? So this is what they use to indicate how the temp has changed over the whole month. Okay? So they get a scale going, and the scale goes up and down, how it changes, and they use a thermograph for that. Your electrical thermometers. Okay? Am I going too fast? Yes? Number 4, thermograph. And on a thermograph, if you just saw the diagram of it, that would tell you it's a thermal, so it's heat, and all those lines are the graph parts. So it's making a graph line of the temperatures over a period of time. Your electrical thermometers. This measures the effective temperature on special electrical circuits. Okay? Excuse me. The fork type one is like a meat thermometer. Okay? You can stick those prongs in the meat and it's going to register what the temperature of the meat is so that you are cooking it to a proper degree. But that's the general term. Okay? Electrical thermometers. Now, falling atmosphere in the measuring of it usually indicates bad weather. Okay? We're on page 9 now. Huh? What was number 5? Electrical thermometer. And so therefore, if falling pressure indicates bad weather, rising temperature means good weather. Rising pressure means good weather. Okay? So from last week to this week, which way did the pressure go? It went up because now we got some good weather going on. Okay? Everybody done with A? Okay, let's go to B or not to be. A barometer. This is your instrument that will record those barometric pressures. Okay? Atmospheric pressures. Letter C, the types of barometers. you have what's called a mercury barometer. This is the oldest type of barometer. Consists of that 3-foot long glass tube, which was filled with mercury, then had its open and turned upside down into the basin of the mercury. So the oldest one, mercury barometer. Number 2, the second type, aneroid barometer. This uses a flexible, airtight metal box to measure the changes in pressure. Okay, this looks more like your normal barometric or your barometer. Okay, in the circular form. Aneroid barometer. Okay, then you have the barograph. Okay, this is your 4th instrument, basically using or measuring the pressure. It records the change in air pressure over a period of time. The other one, the thermograph, measured what? The change in temperature, because it's thermo. Thermo is heat. Okay, barograph is dealing with atmosphere or the pressure. What is it? 9A? Just put it in there. Now, on these barographs, you have, first of all, a bar. Okay? This is a unit of pressure used in meteorology that is approximately equal to the atmospheric pressure. Okay, so each bar represents a degree or that atmosphere. You then have the millibars. Okay, it's just like a ruler. You're going from the inches to the half inch to the quarter inch to the 1/8 inch to the 16th inch to the 32nd inch. Okay, and then also down to the line. If you have the metric ruler, then it's going to break it down even further. That's just about basically what it's doing here. Okay, breaking them down into smaller units to get a more precise measurement of that atmospheric pressure. Okay. And ladies and gentlemen, da, 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 that's it today. Told you it was going to be short. I didn't really want to go into 120 today because I want you to have a good weekend. I want you to get 9B done. If you haven't done 9B, do 9, get everything else. Or if that's done, make sure that everything else is done up till now, okay? So, DLs, it's been a barometric pressure experience. Hope the weather is good where you're at. Stay cool. Drink water. Stay hydrated, okay? DLs, have a great weekend, okay? We'll see you on Monday. Bye. Just a sec.
208 in the blue book. For those of you in distant learning, we are in grammar. Okay, I'm going to come around and check your homework. So, exercise A, page 167 in the green book, 208 in the blue book. For those of you in distant learning, please send me a picture of your book. Page 167 in the green book, page 208 in the blue book, exercise A. Yes, for those of you, go ahead and work on exercise B while I'm coming around to check. Forget about homework a lot, and it's right on the board. All right, let's go through these quickly. For those of you in the blue book, continue working on exercise B. We'll go over yours in a second. For those of you in the green book, okay, following along. Here we go. Number 6. Sprinkling salt on the gooey mess caused by broken eggs makes cleanup easier. Okay, what did you underline here? And what is it describing? Jose? Yeah. In this sentence, it's a noun. It's a gerund. Remember we learned about gerunds? They end in ing. So in this case, the action of sprinkling salt is my subject here. Okay? Sprinkling salt makes cleanup easier. Okay? And you want to give me any adjectives that you have here? Good. Gooey and broken. What does gooey go to? Gooey goes to mess. What does broken go to? Eggs. Awesome. Number 7. Our loving Lord died for unrighteous men. Tyler, what do you have underlined there? Loving and unrighteous. What does loving go to? Lord, and unrighteous goes to men. There's one more there. It's saying whose Lord? Our Lord. Okay. Number 8. The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County is a humorous short story by Mark Twain. Chase, what do you have there? Good. There's one more that's describing, or what is celebrated describing? Frog. There's one more word that's describing frog. Good. Jumping frog. What else do you have underlined there? Good. Going to story. One more word describing story. Short. Good. Number 9. The mountainous regions of Peru are dangerous and beautiful. Kayla, what do you have there? Good. What do they all go to? Go to where? Not Peru. What are dangerous and beautiful? Peru or? Yeah. Regions. Good. Number 10. The first century Christians were persecuted by evil rulers. Let's go with Micah. Why aren't you paying attention? We're on number 10. Good. First century to Christians, evil to rulers. Good. Number 11. The diamond ring sparkled in the bright sunlight. Aaron? What does it go to? Ring, and then what else? Bright goes to sunlight. Good. Let's go with Cody. What do you have for number 12? What does it go to?
Christ to birth.
Christ to birth. Good.
How do you pronounce his name?
Pivotal.
Pivotal to event.
Good. Pivotal to event. Human to history. Number 13. Brianna.
Cheering the fans.
Good.
Home to plate and winning
Good. Okay. Cheering to fans. Home to plate. And then winning to run. Number 14. Hudson. Good. Is that all you have? There's one more, class. Who has this one? Okay, actually known here is a participle. Remember our participles, they end in dentating. They can end in N as well. Known is a participle going back to point. It's saying which point, the point known on earth. Okay, so number 14, deepest and known go to point. And then number 15, Jerry's favorite food is deep dish Chicago-style pizza with spicy pepperoni and extra cheese. Okay, Emma, what do you have here? Favorite to food. Keep going. Good. 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 Okay. Favorite to food, deep dish Chicago style to pizza, spicy to pepperoni, extra to cheese. There's one more saying whose food, class? Jerry's to food. Okay, make sure you do the adjectives that are showing possession. Okay, for those of you in the green book, continue working on exercise B if you haven't finished yet. For those of you in the blue book, let's go over our exercise A. Okay, number 5, gangrene is produced by rod-shaped bacteria which cause tissue decay. Okay, Joey, what do you have there? Good. Rod-shaped to bacteria. Good. Okay. Anybody else have anything different there? Bella, what else do you have? Okay. Tissue to decay. It's saying what kind of decay? The tissue decay. Number 6, a wind instrument that consists of a leather bag and 5 wooden pipes is called a bagpipe. Ari, what do you have there? Okay, not quite to bagpipe. Okay, so it would say 5. You would do wooden, but it doesn't go to bagpipe. It goes to not instrument. Class, who can help Ari out on this one? Jason, what do you have there? Good. Wooden goes to pipes. Okay, as well as 5 goes to pipes. Saying how many? 5 pipes. What kind of pipes? The wooden pipes. Okay. Bagpipe is actually here our direct object there. There's more adjectives there. Who can have this? Who has this one? Bella? Leather goes to bag, and then one more. Wind goes to instrument. Okay, number 7. The greatest and most momentous fact which the history of the world records is the fact of Christ's birth. Cheyenne, what could you underline here? Sorry? Okay, world, and then goes to records. Okay. The greatest and most momentous fact. Is there anything that's describing fact? Momentous, and then one more. Greatest, momentous goes to fact. World goes to records, and then one more here. Destiny? Not quite. Whose birth? Christ's birth. Number 8. The strongest attraction to Christianity is a well-made Christian character. Jasmine, what do you have there? Good. Well-made and Christian both go to character. There's one more there. Strongest to attraction. Okay, for those of you in the blue book, we'll go through these quickly. So make sure you have what the correct adjectives. Good and speaking both go to voice. Well-controlled goes to breath. Okay, number 10. Natural goes to wealth. Artificial goes to poverty. Gray, short-haired both go back to puppy. Active also goes back to puppy. Number 12. Ichabod goes to horse. Gaunt and shagged back to horse. Long goes to neck. Hammer-like goes to head. Robin goes to egg. Robins goes to egg. Soft and blue both go to color. Gliding goes to albatross. Many goes to hours. Number 15, yearly goes to flight. Migratory goes to flight. Okay. And then 4,000 goes to miles. That's a number saying how many. 4,000. Okay. All right, let's go through exercise B. What do you have there? Okay. Christmas was always Gloria's blank time of the year. Okay. It's kind of like Mad Libs. Give me an adjective here. Natalie? Favorite time of the year. Okay. Who has her blank activity was putting up the blank tree. Brianna? What? I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Her first activity was putting up the, good, what else? What kind of tree, class? Okay, the tall tree, the Christmas tree. On Saturday after Thanksgiving, her family went to find the blank Christmas tree. Chase, what do you have there? Perfect Christmas tree. She liked the tree to be blank and blank. Jose, what do you have there? Sorry? Old and fat. Sure. Okay. Somebody else who has something there that could fit John? Tall and green. Good. Later at home, the tree was put in a blank place near the blank windows. Let's start with that. Hudson, what do you have there? Okay, in an open place near the big windows, so the blank lights would twinkle where the neighbors could see. What do you have there, Tyler? The bright flashing lights would twinkle where the neighbors could see. Then Mom would open the blank box of ornaments. Natalie, what do you have there? The delicate box of ornaments. This was the part of the decorating that Gloria loved. Mom would carefully unwrap the blank ornaments. Oh no, Micah? Explosive. You had this look on your face and you were just like, okay. Sure, explosive ornaments is an adjective. Okay, anybody else that has something there? Fragile, glass ornaments, good. Some were blank and blank. Oh no. Sure, Mike, I'm interested in what you put. Some were dropped and exploded, I guess. They are not adjectives. Dropped is a verb, and same thing with exploded. But who has adjectives here? Brianna? Old and special, old and precious, okay. There were blank ones that were from the store and blank ones that the children made in school. Cody, what do you have there?
Sheath and paper.
That's not quite an adjective there. Or cheap paper, I guess, would be going to one, but choose one word there. Okay, Brianna? random ones from the store and blank ones that children made in school. Let's go with Aaron. What do you have there? Sorry? Custom ones that the children made in school. Each ornament held blank memories for Gloria and her family. Chase. Okay. Each ornament had, what? Kayla, what do you have there? Each ornament held blank memories for Gloria and her family. Sorry? Good memories for Gloria and her family. Okay? Independence Day is a blank day for everyone. For those of you in the blue book. Joey, what do you have there? What? What is Independence Day for you? Put an adjective there, something that's describing the day. Do you like it? Do you not like it? Is it fun? Is it exciting? Okay, Independence Day is a boring day for everyone. Okay, anybody else has something different there? Ari, what do you have? Special day for everyone. As we think back over our history, we honor the blank soldiers who fought for our blank country. Jasmine, what do you have there? The brave soldiers who fought for our beloved country. Good word. Their courage made it possible to celebrate the blank freedom that we now have. Bella? The coveted freedom. Good. After the blank ceremonies, everyone gets ready for the fun. Jason? Sorry? Special? Cheerful. Why would you nod yes if that's not what you said? The cheerful ceremonies, everyone gets ready for the fun. There are blank parades and blank picnics in the park. Elias, what would you have there? There are big parades and what else for picnics? Fun picnics, sure, in the park. Once darkness settles in, the blank sky is blank with color. Destiny? Moonlight is a noun. Okay. You can put the dark sky. The dark sky is dark with color, if that's what you have there. But who can... I don't think it's dark with color. Bella? Painted with color. Okay. The air is filled with blank sounds of the fireworks. Blank sounds of the fireworks. Jasmine? Popping sounds of the fireworks. Good adjective. You can almost hear the fireworks explode. These blank rockets burst into blank showers of light. Cheyenne? These loud rockets, good, burst into blank showers of light. Do you have anything else there? Okay. Who has that one? Jason, you can put that one there. Beautiful showers of light, adding to the fun to make the holiday a blank one for all. All right? A memorable one for all. Good. Okay? So basically, adjectives would be describing nouns. Okay? Go ahead and turn the page to page 168. 168. Okay? Just recognizing proper adjectives. Okay? In class, how do we recognize proper adjectives? Well, here's how. Okay? A proper adjective is a word formed from what, class? A proper noun. And like a proper noun, begins with what? A capital letter. There you go. Pretty simple to recognize. Okay? Let's work on exercise A. Make sure, though, when you're recognizing proper nouns and proper adjectives, that you have to ask yourself, is it saying, or is an adjective describing something, or is it a noun? For example, my noun could be Hawaii. Okay? How would I make my proper noun to an adjective? Class? What was it? Hawaiian. Okay, so you have to change, but it still comes from a proper noun. All right? So proper nouns could be America. Okay? Proper adjective would be American. Alaska. Okay? Proper adjective would be Alaskan. Okay? Proper noun would be Susan. Okay? The proper adjective would make it possessive and say Susans. All right? So make sure you are obviously switching things around to make them proper adjectives or recognizing them within a sentence. Okay, go ahead and work on exercise A. Exercise A. Okay. This will be your homework for tonight, so make sure you guys are working on it. So page 209 in the blue book, page 168 in the green book. Exercise A, recognizing proper adjectives. Okay, so we're underlining all the proper nouns and circling proper adjectives. Okay, number 1, Tally visited the Roman capital when she was in Italy. Okay, are there any proper nouns in this sentence, class? Yeah, so raise your hand and tell me what, Tyler? Proper nouns, beginning with a capital letter. Okay, so that's in our adjective, all right, saying, what would be our noun? If Roman is an adjective, what would be the noun, the proper noun of Roman? The city, right? Rome. Okay, Rome would be my noun. Roman would be my adjective describing anything that is from Rome, correct? So, Roman is my proper adjective. What are my proper nouns here? So, persons, places, technically persons or places here. Places. Jose? Tally is a person. So remember with proper adjectives and proper nouns, they have a capital letter. Okay? So notice how the word capital is a little c. Okay? But there's one more proper noun in this sentence. Micah? Italy. Okay? Tally in Italy. Tally is the name of a person. Italy is the name of a place. Roman is a proper adjective describing capital. Okay? For number 1 in the blue book, Grace utilized several Shakespearean phrases in her speech about Elizabethan theater. Okay? What are my proper nouns here? Grace. Good. Okay? Anything else that is proper adjective? So something that's describing. Bella? Just number 1. Good. Okay, it's saying what kind of phrases? Shakespearean phrases. What kind of theater or which theater? The Elizabethan theater. But notice how Shakespeare is my noun. Shakespearean is my adjective. Elizabeth is my noun. Elizabethan is my adjective. See how that is? We have to switch it around a little bit. Number 2 in the green book. Do you think Jason prefers Italian pasta or American hamburgers? Cody? Any nouns here, proper nouns? What do I underline? Class, do I underline them or do I circle them? Circle them, okay? What is my noun there, Cody? No, my noun, my proper noun. Anything that begins with a capital letter. Jason, okay? Jason is my proper noun. Italian and American are my adjectives describing pasta. What kind of pasta? Describing hamburgers. What kind of hamburgers? American hamburgers. See what we're doing here? Okay, number 2, the Stuart family ruled the English people for more than 100 years. Jasmine? Any nouns there? Underline all your nouns first. My proper nouns. So anything that begins with what, class? A capital letter. So we're not doing the common nouns. Okay? So anything that begins with a capital letter is what we're doing here. Okay? So what do I underline here? Do I underline anything? No. Good. Okay, so now we need to circle all of our proper adjectives. And what do proper adjectives begin with, class? Capital letter. Okay, what are my proper adjectives, Jasmine? Stuart, saying which family? The Stuart family. What else? And English, saying which English? Or which people? The English people. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. Anything that begins with a capital letter. Okay, Obviously, the first word of a sentence is always beginning with a capital letter. So if it's a noun or an adjective, you have to see if you underline it or circle it. Okay? So that's for homework tonight. Page 168, the letter exercise A. The whole exercise, page 209, exercise A. Okay? Make sure you are, tonight for homework, last night you should have read page 317. We'll talk about that on Monday. Tonight for literature is page 318 to 326. I would start reading on that so that you can be prepared for a quiz sometime next week, but that'll be assigned today, page 318 to 326. Last night you should have done vocabulary words 6 through 10, so make sure that's turned in. And then tonight for homework is your spelling words twice. So let's go ahead and go over those, and then we will be done. So take out your spelling words, spelling books. List 22. List 22. Okay. All right, so just some more commonly misspelled words, okay? Some of these, number one, for example, it isn't spelled by the way it sounds, okay? So it sounds like aisle, like a shopping aisle or a store aisle, but let's spell it together, class. Ready, begin. A-I-S-L-E, okay? Remember that begins with an A. The A is silent, okay? Number 2 is arise. Number 3 is Britain. Number 4, cappuccino. Okay. Double P, double C. Notice that. Okay. Number 5 is career. Notice how there is 2 E's but only 1 R right before it. Okay. It's not C-A-R-R-E-E-R. It's only C-A-R-E-E-R. So make sure you guys are watching that. Okay. Competitor. Okay, concentrate, continuously, definition, during, heroes, inoculate. Notice it's only one N, I-N-O-C-U-L-A-T-E. Knowledge, okay, that's spelled with a D-G-E, not just a G-E. Later, noble, operations, prevalent, okay, prevalent, similar, stretch, and tomorrow. Okay, so just that list twice. You guys can go ahead and start working on that so you can guys get that out of the way. And then that quiz over list 22 will be on Tuesday. Okay, Tuesday, May 4th. All right, so go ahead and work on it. If you didn't turn in your homework from last night, make sure you do that. It's list 6 through 10, or vocab and definitions 6 through 10 twice. Okay? Again, for those of you in distant learning, make sure you send me a picture of your grammar homework so that you can get credit for that from last night. Okay? All right. You guys are working on your homework until the bell rings and we can be dismissed.
Boom, there we go. All right, welcome, distant learners. We are done to begin. Okay, on Tuesday, next week, we will have a test over chapter 17. So today we are beginning our review. We'll review again Monday, and then we will start. What? How many points? What do you mean? Oh, the essay? Like 6 points. So if you leave it blank, you will get, the highest grade you can get is a 94. The highest grade you can get. All right, we're going to try to get through as much as we can. If Mrs. Coral calls, I will probably have to answer for athletic director job. Okay, but we're going to try to get through as much as we can. And there she is. Hello. All right, sorry about that, distant learners. Have to deal with something. Okay, here we go. The first section, or one of the sections on the test, is going to be multiple choice. It's going to have questions like this. Which monarch wanted all Englishmen to conform to the established Church of England?
Is that a question?
That is a question. Okay, which monarch wanted all Englishmen to conform to establish the Church of England? Again, beginning in chapter 17, the whole reason why we moved to America. Okay, what ruler, what monarch was trying to enforce that everyone had to conform to the Church of England? I'm not going to repeat the whole question every time. Just summarize it. Okay, which monarch wanted all Englishmen to conform to the established Church of England? Or was it Charles I and James I or George I? It's just one of them. Which one? Are we just guessing because we don't know? Charles I and James I or George I? It's not George. It is James I, the only one you guys did not say. Oh boy, this is going to be a tough review. James I. Okay, other questions. Who was the first true Prime Minister of England? We should know this one. There it is. Robert Walpole. What? I'm not repeating every question, guys, so do not try to write down the whole question. How many times do I say this when we review? Okay, I do not want to repeat the whole question, so summarize. Walpole. W-O-L-P-O-L-E. Walpole. Yep. What U.S. ship exploded in the harbor of Havana, Cuba, starting the Spanish-American War? It is the Maine. The USS Maine. Destiny. What did I say? If you're back there, no talking. You can ask me. If you're not talking, you'll get it. You gotta listen. Next question. What did Parliament enact as the colonists' punishment for the Boston Tea Party? What act was made before the Boston Tea Party? Nope. Okay, just put this. Okay, what act was made because of the Boston Tea Party? Emma. Intolerable acts is correct. The intolerable acts. I-N-T-O-L-E-R-A-B-L-E. Okay, who was the first governor of the Pilgrims? Who was the first governor of the Pilgrims? Emma. Hudson. Nope. Nope. Who was the first governor of the Pilgrims? Sir Edwin Sandys, John Carver, John Robinson, or William Bradford? John Carver. It is John Carver. Hopefully you're writing stuff down and not drawing. Yes, you. Start writing stuff down there. Just put first governor of Pilgrims, John Carver. In what country did the Pietist movement begin? Chase. Germany is correct. So you could put Pietist movement begin Germany. Okay, for what body did each American colony elect representatives? Say it again. For what body did each American colony elect representatives? Which one makes the laws? Okay, today, but what was it called then? What body did each American colony elect representatives? Parliament, special court, Senate, or legislator? I just did. Legislator is correct. Just say body that elected representatives. Body that elected representatives. Legislator. Mexico recognized the Rio Grande. Cody, I'm not helping you review to give you every single word of every single thing. You got to do your best to summarize. You're not going to be able to write down every single thing I say. That's what I tell you. Well, that's how it kind of works there. I say one question and then I say another one. Mexico recognized the Rio Grande as the southern boundary of what state? Okay, so you can say what state basically borders Mexico? Texas. Mexico recognized the Rio Grande as the southern boundary of what state? Yes, all these are multiple choice. You could. Whatever helps you study. Yes, sir. Next question. Who worked to abolish slavery in the British Empire? Okay, you can kind of, a hint with his last name, it kind of like, he made people abolish slavery. His name is Wilberforce. He forced them to abolish slavery. Wilberforce. Yep. Who worked to abolish slavery in the British Empire? Yep. William Wilberforce. Wilberforce, like the force. Yep, Wilberforce. Wilberforce. Okay, there is going to be, let's see, 2 matching sections on the test. I told you it's a longer test, all over chapter 17. Okay, there are going to be 2 matching sections. One matching section is going to match each description with the correct date. Yep. That's why we're taking 2 days to review. For those who want it, for those who only wanted 1 day. Okay, here we go. What date did England and Scotland unite? Because none of you are going to remember, I'm just going to tell you. You ready, Aaron? Okay, England and Scotland united. On 1707. 1707. 1707. 1707. How many times do I have to say it? Yes, John. Descriptions with dates. That's why Cody went, oh my goodness. Okay, next one. On what date was the beginning of modern missions? The beginning of modern missions. We just talked about this one somewhere recently. Oh, got to answer this. Hello? You guys don't even understand what I'm saying, so it's okay. They're idiots. Not our team, no. Not our team. Shh. Shh. Only some of you know what I'm talking about. Some of you are clueless right now, so shh. Okay. The beginning of modern missions is on 1792. 1792. No. Nope. I'm giving you just random questions, not in the order that it'll be on the test. I'm just giving you random questions. So you have it to study? No, I'm not giving you in order of the date, no. Because that's not how it'll be on the test either. When did the Pilgrims land in Plymouth? When did the Pilgrims land in Plymouth? Come on, guys, we should know this one. Hudson? 1620 is correct. The Pilgrims landed in Plymouth in 1620. P-L-Y, mouth. Man, you guys are slow sometimes. You're good, you're good, you're good. I'm going to tell you. 1620, dude. I was going to tell you. It's okay, though. I'm here to help. Why are you guys calling each other idiots? It's so mean. She did. I heard her. Here we go. Next question. On what date did ratification of the U.S. Constitution? When was the ratification of the U.S. Constitution? Nope. That was Declaration of Independence. What year was the ratification of the U.S. Constitution? You want to throw a guess out there?
1789.
That is correct. 1789. 1789 is correct. So put ratification, U.S. Constitution, 1789. Well, he's allowed to. He can use whatever he wants. Okay, we should know this one. When did the War of Independence begin? When did it begin? We had this on a quiz. When did it begin? No, I'm not repeating the question. You should have been paying attention. 1775. Remember that? We had that on a quiz. What happened in 1776? Declaration of Independence. The war began in 1775.
War for independence began in...
No, John, it wasn't just a year long. Because the next question is, when did the War of Independence end? 1783. Okay, so obviously the war went from 1775 to 1783, which is a lot more than 1 year, John.
So it was, when did the War for Independence end?
Yep.
And that was
83. Let's see. Next question.
What was the answer for when it ended?
83. William Bradford is known as the father of American history. True or false?
True. Wait, no, false.
It's true.
Are these,
It always is.
so the question,
For that one, yes. That's all the dates you need to know mainly. William Bradford is known as the father of American history. True or false? It is true. So you can put William Bradford equals father of American history. American history. Make sure you put that. William Bradford. But no, I won't tell you on every single one. Okay, true or false? The United States acquired Louisiana from Spain. We're looking at Spain. I said we're looking at Spain. Okay, so the United States acquired Louisiana from Spain, or who did they get Louisiana from? France. So you want to know that. The United States acquired Louisiana from France. Louisiana. Louisiana. Oh boy. Hopefully you guys are using this time wisely. Hopefully. Next question. The Philippine Islands, that's what you're looking at, Philippine. The Philippine Islands became the first great center of American missions activity. True or false? It is false. What islands became the first center? Hawaii is correct. The Philippine Islands became the first great center of American missions activity. It's not the Philippine Islands, it's the, what is it? I was going to ask you, Elias, but they all said it again. Hawaiian Islands. No, put Hawaiian Islands equal first great center of American missions. Okay, we should know this one. This was on a quiz we just had a little while ago. True or false? The Treaty of Paris ended the War for Independence. It is true. Remember, on the quiz it said the Peace of Paris, and half of you got it wrong because you put true. It is the Treaty of Paris. The War for Independence. Yep. Right here. True or false? The U.S. Civil War ended in April, this is what you're looking at, 1863. When did the Civil War end? True or false? Was it 1863?
1865. No, it was.
Chase just said it. It is 1865. The Civil War ended in 1865. You want to write that down, Cheyenne? Okay. Is that all you have right there, that one page? Good, good, good. That's what I like to see. She is getting a little rude. The Civil War ended April 1865.
If we don't put April, can we just put the date?
It's just the year. You only need to know the year. April's already on there for you. Because it's not on there, dude. Let's see, what else we got here that could help you guys. True or false? The War for Independence began at Lexington and Boston. It is false. It is Lexington and Concord. Good job, John. Hopefully you don't put true on that one. Lexington and Concord. C-O-N-C-O-R-D. C-O-N-C-O-R-D. It began at Lexington, the Battle of Lexington and Concord. The War of Independence began at Lexington and Concord. Alright, this one might be a little tougher. Maybe not. Don't try to write down the question because it's a longer question. Okay, most separatists, that's the word you're looking at, separatists. Most separatists traveled with the Pilgrims for better economic prosperity, not necessarily religious freedom? Can I summarize it? What group of people traveled with the Pilgrims for economic reasons? Was it the separatists? So hopefully you all know it's not the separatists. Okay, what were the group of people that traveled with the Pilgrims for economic reasons? If it's someone I don't know, we call them strangers. Okay, they were known as strangers because everyone else on that boat that were coming to America at that time, they were coming for the main reason of religious freedom. So the ones that did not come for religious freedom, they called them strangers. You good back there, dude? You waste all your energy and now you're dead? Alright, let's see. I'm not even going to ask those right now. You guys will just have to take it on the test. No, because the answers are long and I do not want to have to repeat them 1,000 times today. Okay, let's move to a different section because we got 10 minutes left. Okay, there is going to be a short answer section, which are your favorite sections, I know. Okay, but the questions are pretty easy. What English monarch ruled during the U.S. War for Independence? So who was the king of England during that time? Who was the king during the War of Independence? George III. See, this is why I say don't try to write the whole question down. Just say this. Say who was king during War of Independence? George III. Okay, this one's really easy. What? George III. What group of people wanted to purify the Church of England? Puritans, good. They wanted to purify the Church of England. The Puritans. Okay, we didn't really talk about a lot of amendments in your class. We'll learn all those in American government when you're a junior or senior. Okay, but what amendment outlawed slavery in the United States? We did talk about this one. What amendment outlawed slavery? Chase is correct. It is the 13th Amendment. Okay, who was voted in as the first... Sorry. 13th Amendment, Destiny. 13th Amendment. I got you, Destiny. I got you. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good, Rugrats.
Don't ever say that.
Okay, this one's really easy. Who was voted in as the first president of the United States? If you don't know that, you're going to fail this class. If you get that question wrong, you're just going to fail the whole class. Who became the first president of the United States?
Donald Trump.
George Washington. Okay, this is a longer question, so don't write it down. Just write down his name. You guys should remember him. Okay, what U.S. president issued a warning to Europe that the Western Hemisphere, talking about like South America, nations were off limits to European interference? Okay, James Monroe, because he made the what? The Monroe Doctrine, stating, hey, if you mess with them, we'll take that as offense to us, and we'll step in and go against you. What did I just say? It's a long question to summarize. President that warned Europe about attacking the Western Hemisphere. There you go. James Monroe. If you just know his last name, that's fine. Monroe. This one's really easy too. Who is known as the best educator in the United States? Nope. He also wrote... There you go. I was going to say he also wrote our dictionary. Noah Webster. No. Noah Webster is known as the best educator of the United States. Noah Webster. Definitely. Unless he's 200 something years old. Okay, we talked about this. What economic theory, so you could just put economic theory, measured a nation's wealth by the amounts of gold and silver it possessed? So, okay, mercantilism. M-E-R, cant, C-A-N-T, ilism. I-L-I-S-M, mercantilism. Okay, again, you can just put economic theory or theory that measured the amount of gold or silver. That's all you could put. Mercantilism. Okay, this one should be an easy question as well. Who organized the committees of correspondence?
John Adams.
Close. Samuel Adams. Samuel Adams. So if you just put Adams, I'll probably take it. But Samuel Adams organized the committees of correspondence. Committees of correspondence. I mean, that's the president, so. Okay. This next question is probably the second easiest question. First being, who is our first president?
George Washington.
You better get that right or else I'm going to fail you. I'm just kidding. Maybe. This is probably the second easiest question. Who is the president that led the Union through the Civil War? Abraham Lincoln. Which president led the Union in the Civil War? Abraham Lincoln. Okay, we are almost done. Okay, I'm going to quickly go through these names, and then the rest will just finish on Monday when we do our game, but you guys almost have the whole test, so there's no reason you should fail. Okay, on our second matching section, I'm about to say all the names that are on there. Okay, so you could go ahead and have it ready by Monday. Just say, hey, this person did this. Hey, this person did this. Okay, I'm saying the names. First person, Francis Asbury. What did they do? We just talked about them yesterday, or him yesterday. He was a circuit riding preacher. Okay, I'm not going to do this for every single one of them, but Francis Asbury was a circuit riding preacher. You guys can do this over the weekend, since there won't be actual official homework. Okay, you want to know Lotz Carey. L-O-T-T-C-A-R-E-Y. Lotz Carey. What was he known for? Father of what?
African American something.
West African Missions. But if you remember that, this is matching, so you'll see it and you should know. Okay, you want to know who William Carey is? That one should be an easy one. Nope. Okay, you want to know Jonathan Edwards?
What was the guy's first name? The other Carey?
Lotz Carey and William Carey. Jonathan Edwards, he preached what message? Very popular, we talked about it. Sinners in the hands of an angry God. Jonathan Edwards. What? No. Reviewing for a test. Why would we watch a video when we're reviewing for a test? Is the video going to help you on your test? I said we might watch a video, but we're taking a test, so no point in watching a video. Let's see, who else you need to know? Charles Finney. Charles Finney. C-H-A-R-L-E-S. Finney, F-I-N-N-E-Y. Okay, next one is Adoniram Judson. I'll spell it for you. A-D-O-N-I-R. N-I-R. A-M. Judson. J-U-D-S-O-N. Adoniram Judson. What is he known for? Should be easy. There you go. Okay, you want to know D.L. Moody. D.L. Moody. Remember we talked about him yesterday. He was an American revivalist of the late 19th century. You want to know Robert Raikes. R-A-I-K-E-S. What did he start? Nope. What did he start? Sunday school. Obviously, it's a little bit different than what we have today. But Robert Rake started Sunday school. You'll want to know Philip Spener. S-P-E-N-E-R. What did he begin? The movement that was going in Germany. Okay, the Pietist movement. Philip Spener started the Pietist movement. Or Pietists. What? Okay, only two more, then we're done. Then you guys can be dismissed. John Wesley. He founded what church? John Wesley founded what church? Methodist Church. John Wesley founded the Methodist Church. And last but not least, probably one of the easier ones, George Whitefield, or you spell it Whitefield. He was known for what?
Preaching.
At what?
Circuit.
He preached at what? He was best known for being an evangelist in America during what time? What event? Great Awakening. First, Great Awakening. He was a speaker at the Great Awakening in America. The best known speaker during the Great Awakening. Okay, we will go over the rest on Monday when we do review. Okay, there is an essay on there as well. We'll go over that on Monday. Okay, but we covered almost every single question on there. That means, listen up. That means for you that are in here, you need to study at least a little bit over the weekend because there's no reason anyone should be getting under a B on this test. Okay, it's a longer test. Chapter 17 was very long. There's a lot of information, a lot of dates, but you need to study. That does not mean you throw your study sheet away and then on Monday you don't have anything or you leave it here over the weekend. Okay, there's no reason you should get a bad grade on this test. This test can really help your grade to improve. So if you're like, hey, I'm failing right now, this is your chance. For those who have A's, do not fail this test because then you will be failing. Okay? You guys may be dismissed. I'll give you guys still 10 minutes, so make sure you're back in here at 35. 35. What's up?
Is it on Tuesday?
Yes, test is on Tuesday. What's this? Oh, notes. Yep. Yeah, go on before class.